Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Check. Sound check. One, two, three. Sound check. Sound check. One, two, three. Sound check. One, two, three. Mic check. Mic check. Well, hello there, everyone. Finally got another opportunity to set up and stream once more. Apologies for delays. So last time we had part 1 of this guide, and that's where I briefly explained certain things to begin as a beginning player of Final Fantasy XIV. Now, other things I would like to cover in this video ties into some other features within game that might be important for you later on. Some features which I didn't quite get to discuss in the first part or first portion of the guide. So, bear with me, and also a huge disclaimer that well, I know in my last video I said that basically that Endwalker, the newest expansion, would be out November. That's actually been delayed now to December 7th. So, you can completely disregard that section in the first video I made for beginners and just take mental note that Endwalker was delayed until December 7th. I mean, hopefully, anyway. I hope I'm not going to have to disclaimer that again, too, when if they have to announce for whatever reason, like, say, like, no, something went wrong, it's no good, we have to delay until January, or something like that, which I hope not. That would really suck for a lot of people. And, I mean, it did suck for some people. Some people are not having a good time about it. And that's really unfortunate too, but sometimes you gotta do what you have to do to make things work, and the director did apologize, the producer-director apologized for the very inconvenient timing and such, and yeah, so people have had to change plans and all that, and that's just how it is, and hopefully, like I said, I hope that this time it's for sure gonna be ready. And if not, well, I mean, there's early access, which we now have a confirmed date, which is solidified on December the 3rd, so I guess that will kind of be they're testing waters to see, like, okay, is this gonna work, or do we need to push further, like delays or something like that, I guess. So just keep that in mind, is all that December 7th is not set in stone. The early access period is, however, and that typically functions as like the testing ground sort of notion. So bear that in mind. Now, anyway, to begin, get to Heaven's Ward, you're going to want to complete a story quest within A Realm Reborn known as Unto the Dawn. And basically that's a culmination of events that happened within A Realm Reborn. Hold on a sec, I keep getting some drift here. Okay, sorry about that. Just gonna do one more mic check real fast. Okay, we're still good, it looks like. Now, we're much better. Apologies for that. Oh, jeez, it might be worse than I thought. Okay, guys, give me one more second here. Technical difficulties, sorry. One more sound check, mic check. Okay, and we're back. Sorry for that. Anyway, though, like I said, going to Heaven's Word requires that you complete that story quest Unto the Dawn. And then, once that is done, you'll be able to go straight into Heaven's Ward. You'll first start at, Gold Old Camp Dragonhead over there. You know, Orshafon's camp. And then you'll be coming down here to this area, which should also be familiar to you by then. And here you'll start your journey into the city of Ishgard. I should also put another disclaimer and say I'm sorry if the wait times seem a little bit longer. Again, my only streaming equipment here right this moment is through PlayStation, which is not awful, but it's not perfect either. Just to sort of, state that. But anyway, this is where the main Aetheryte is for Ishgard. And this is kind of like the main sort of area of Ishgard City. This is where most of your story content will be. And as I mentioned, again, always make sure you're syncing up to these blue Aetherytes and crystals. It helps you get around a lot fast. Okay, now here, the Forgotten Knight. This character chap here, he's like the pub owner. You'll talk to him to unlock a few features here, such as the inn room over here, and then later on you'll unlock these people here. They'll have the hunt logging quests for you, which is actually more vital to you probably here than it is in A Realm Reborn, and I'll go into explain that a little bit later, but first we need to finish our tour. Okay. And also, if you were thinking to pick up Dark Knight, you'll eventually talk to this fellow over here, named Sidurgu. Okay. And then over here, this is kind of where the knights gather and hold their meetings, etc. That's a character over there you should recognize by now, assuming you didn't skip cutscenes. I would hope you didn't skip cutscenes, because, I mean, that's basically the foundation of this game, is the main story and storytelling. So, I mean, like I mentioned in the previous guide, if you're not really big on story, then you're just not gonna really get into this game very well. It'll be a struggle. Because, like I mentioned with the endgame in the previous guide, it's not like it's super dynamic or anything. You have PvP and you have raids just like any other MMO. So, plus you have crafting classes and gathering classes. I may have touched upon those briefly in the previous guide, but essentially that is another form of endgame crafting and gathering and housing, which I didn't really go into much detail in the last guide about housing, but I will do so here in this guide after, I kind of guide you through Heaven's Ward here. But over here, this is where you'll get some leave quests, and this is for Disciples of War, Land, and Hand. So, if you want to get some steady, basically, bits of EXP, as you can see here, they go all the way up to, level 58. Of course, there's a limit, just like the previous Lev quests. They usually will be listed down here. You have 100 allowances per week. And basically they work the same as old leaves here. As you can see, you get the experience, a little bit of gil. Sometimes they give you, gear for a class that you may be leveling or you have leveled. They work very much the same. You'll go to the area where the leave is and you'll complete it for your rewards. But also, within these leaves you can get a type of currency to which you can exchange for, accessories. And they also introduced this here, a large scale thing. So this is basically giving you like half a level and just a little bit more gil. But it costs you 10 allowances. So this is like really only something you want to use for like if you're like 1/4 away from leveling up to like the next level, so you'll use these sparingly, very sparingly, and spend most of your leveling through doing fates, the Palace of the Dead dungeon, or Deep Dungeon, I should say, the Palace of the Dead Deep Dungeon, roulettes, dungeons, the fate system, and through hunt marks over there, which I just showed you. And that's why those are significant, those hunts that are here in Ishgard, is that unlike, well, actually no, around Reborn I think they did add experience points, but like, why even bother trying to do those when basically to unlock hunts to begin with, you kind of have to be at endgame from the get-go, but here in Ishgard, when you unlock it, you can actually start hunts like right at level 50 when you get to Ishgard. Like, you don't have to sit there and wait forever to unlock all hunts. Those hunts, you'll get 2 for the first tiers, or actually, yeah, I think that's about right. So you get, it kind of just like unlocks as you level up, I guess. And then eventually you'll unlock the same as A Realm Reborn, the elite hunts from a quest. But that's not until later on when you're level 60, which is the end game cap for Heaven's Ward. And then here, you have your Chocobo guys again. Only the thing that's different about these ones is that these ones will actually fly. And that's a nifty thing. And that's what you will actually unlock within Heaven's Ward, is also the ability to fly, which they gave you the ability to fly in A Realm Reborn areas as well more recently, to which you unlock it after you've completed A Realm Reborn's like main quest line for the first section of it. So after that it's done there, you'll have flying here again, but it's a completely different system from basically how you unlock flying in A Realm Reborn, so you'll talk to that pub owner back there at the Forgotten Knight. His name is Gilbrant, and he'll give you a compass. It's called an etheric compass, I believe. Or ether compass right here, yeah. So he'll give you this compass, and basically, whenever you're outside in a open world map that's related to Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, and beyond, you'll just tap this item, and it will like give you a message there, like it did me. It'll say, head like northwest or northeast, and that's where you're supposed to find what's called an ether current. It's just like a green swirling mass of wind ether, basically, and you're gonna touch that, and then it's gonna give you progress towards unlocking flying. Which I know that probably you're thinking, wait a minute. I have to gain progress to unlock story? It's very, very suspicious, or I guess as, all the new Jenners will go, they'll say, sus. That's very sus. And you'd be correct on that. Unfortunately, yes, Heavenward Onward, you have to gain progress to unlock flying, unfortunately. I mean, that's mostly developer oversight for that part. They might turn back and decide to change that eventually. Like, they might keep it the same, like how they did with A Realm Reborn. So let's say, for example, you go ahead and you completed the baseline story quest of A Realm Reborn, and then that will basically net you the ability to have flying automatically for all Heaven's Ward zones from that point. Or actually, you know what? That wouldn't work either, sorry. I keep forgetting there's Azus Law as a zone, which gets pretty tedious. I'm not sure, but the best way I think would be to handle it, from my perspective anyway, if they wanted to make it easier, is to basically make only 2 currents instead of, 10, which I think is what it currently is. There's 10 overworld currents, and then there's like 6 or so quest ones. I think they need to nerf that and make it more accessible for newer players, you guys. And nerf it to like 1 big swirly green one in the open map. Just put it like somewhere like in the center of the map or whatever. And just have players sync up to it from there, and then have them, then do the introductory quest or something like that. Or just have them do like the story quests for up until you like leave the area or whatever, and have the reward for leaving the area be the quest ether current. So that way it can save you a lot of headaches in the future. That's how I think they should change ether currents going forward into Endwalker and beyond, is that they just need to make it only two ether currents. One big one for the open world current that you can touch, and then one as a quest reward for like finishing the main quest of that particular zone. That would probably be the best strategy for them going forward. But that's that. I mean, it's not great, far from it, but it doesn't make this game any less fun or relaxing to play for those who really enjoy Final Fantasy games. They enjoy RPGs and just like open world exploration. So it's really kind of just something, you know, you learn to kind of just skim through. But anyway, let's keep going. This area here, this takes you to, you know, a new zone, which we don't have to get into that yet. And this is just dungeon entrance to one of the dungeons you'll unlock eventually. Over here, in this area, this is the Sky Steel Manufactory. Here you unlock the Machinist job, which, as I mentioned in my previous video, a Machinist is a job that wields a gun, and they fight with lots of like high-tech gadgets and gizmos, and they have a little like turret and robot pal that fights with them on occasions. So if that's something you want to pick up as a job, well, there you go. You'll find it there. Now moving upwards as we go to the upper, I guess, sort of echelon of Ishgard, you have the pillars. And this here is your market area, the Jeweled Crozier. Here you can go to buy various things that you may need. And there's also, you know, of course, a market board here, so if you were looking to get a glam piece, or like you needed something at a very cheap rate or something like that, then there you go. And you also can make a retainer here as well, if you chose to hire another retainer through the Mog station. Then you can have a retainer be stationed here in Ishgard. Okay. Then as we're moving along, up here you'll have sort of like the cathedral and what's called the Scholasticate. You'll get a side quest here if you completed the side quest story of Hildebrand. You'll get a quest unlocked here in Ishgard called the Scholastic quests, and It basically gives you like a little bit of extra lore details on Ishgard and like kind of like, you know, things that they've gone through as a society and whatnot. This is spoiler-free guide, so we're not going to go through any story spoilers. Don't worry about that. In fact, the only spoilers that you will see is just zones, like the places. So, you know, maybe you don't like to be spoiled on what places are, then like maybe you should progress a little further in game before maybe watching through my guide, I suppose. Or you can even watch my guide like as you make progress in the game, which you can do fairly relatively quick in this game, because like it's not really a hard game to go through. It's pretty easy, I'd say, for an MMO standpoint, for you to get through basically all the story content. It's actually pretty easy. So you'll definitely make lots of progress within a few hours times if you do the story. So, I mean, yeah, it's not at all hard to, you know, watch this guide, I guess, as you make progress within hours time and get caught up to, you know, where things are and everything. So just something to keep in mind. Now we're moving up along here. Now up here in this area is known as the Vault. This is kind of where their leader of like Ishgard lives and everything. You know, like basically their holy figure and whatnot. He lives here and such. So that's where you'll be able to find him. And it also involves a dungeon there as well, so, you know. Now going over here. You'll have quite a lot of story quests pertaining to taking you over here. Now, obviously, as that name suggests, Forton Manor, I think you and I both know an elf of that name, perchance. Just maybe a little. But anyway, that's what that whole place is. It sort of acts as a headquarters, if you will. Okay, now we're moving on. Now over here is actually where you'll start, like, the unlock quest for Dark Knight. There's going to be kind of like an NPC guy hanging out somewhere around here. So that's where you'll officially start your Dark Knight quests, if that's a job you were thinking of picking up. Then we come over here. This is where the airship sort of alley is. And once you have it unlocked and everything, you'll be able to fly to the different areas as it lists here. And this over here, this is a relic from the past. This is actually where content that was called datum used to be. And you would kind of use this to go to the datum, which you still can now. But, it's been changed to sort of endgame content, which we'll talk about that endgame content in when we get to it. But here you'll come to go to 2 other areas, which will be useful to you. And then up over here, is where you will find the Astrologians Guild. This is a healing job or discipline within Final Fantasy XIV. So if you wanted to try a new healer when you got up to this point, then this is where you would essentially go to if you wanted to get onto like a new healer and whatnot. Okay. Now that that's out of the way, those are all basically very important places to go to for story and just to visit here in Ishgard. Alright then, so let's go to some of the areas, I guess, you can, like, overworld, open world, sort of stuff. And this spot around here is also important to Dark Knight, so if you wanted to, if you're doing Dark Knight, just plan to see this spot a lot. Let's go back over here just real quickly, I suppose, before we sort of exit. Okay, so the hunts, like I brought up to your attention earlier, you'll unlock these different tiers as you sort of progress through the game. So as you can see, as of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and then the elites. Now you can unlock these first 3 at varying levels, so when you first get to Ishgard, you can unlock the first level, the first tier, and that will give you a stack of mobs to hunt. As you can see, you get 5 of them. And then, basically, it shows here, you do get rewards. So you'll get a Gale reward, some Centurio seals, and you'll get some experience points. So I'd highly recommend that you get these unlocked, and the reason for that is because you'll unlock a very useful item from Mr. Ardelane here. And this item is going to be especially a lifesaver when you get into Heaven's Ward and beyond. And that's this one right here called the Aetheryte ticket. You can also get these in a Realm Reborn, I should mention. However, it will take you far longer to get those compared to just stacking up, these Centurio seals here. So, bear that in mind, sort of as you do things. And then, it also has the riding maps, but I mean, these are kind of a useless item now. I hate to say it, but because they charge so much for them, there's really no point to them. Not unless, of course, they nerf, the amount of price that you need to buy these with. Like, honestly, I think this price here for these, each of these, this is what these riding maps should cost as well. Because after you've unlocked flying, these become obsolete, completely obsolete. So, just a tip for our developers here, either you need to drop the price of this item to either 1 or 2 seals per map, or you're just gonna have to delete these and just make each zone a set mount speed per area, because there's really no point to having these be this high and then have flying go by much quicker than you can even get these. Like, there's no point to these after you've unlocked flying. They're just irrelevant after that, and they're not really worth it. So, anyway, yeah, like I said, these Aetheryte tickets will be a huge lifesaver on you. So that's one of the reasons why you should do these hunts, other than the simple fact of just, getting, the reward, the Gil and experience. These will give you a free teleport to any location in the game, and you can stack these up to all the way to 99 stacks. That's the highest you can stack these after you've accumulated here, as it will show you, 495 seals. It will give you a full stack of Aetheryte tickets, which these are very useful for new players. You guys, you new players here. So make sure you're doing those hunts as you're doing playing the game, because this is going to be a phenomenal lifesaver. Because in Endwalker, for whatever reason, they decided to raise, the taxation prices on Ether teleports. Sorry. So these teleports here, for whatever reason, they decided that prices needed to be raised even further than what they already are. And I don't understand that at all. They call it a gill sync, but really, it's not gonna change anything, at all. It's really not. I think they really just need to walk back that decision and just think of other ways for people to spend gil, because that's just a poorly made decision in my eyes. It's really not helpful to you guys here who are first-time players that are coming into the game. That's putting, the big gil earners at an advantage, actually, and putting the poorer ones at a disadvantage, which is something they may not have considered when they decided to announce this decision. And I would hope and encourage them to highly, highly reconsider what this means for you guys, you newer players. Because those of you who are new are not going to exactly be carrying big bags of money around, sacks of gil. So they really need to reconsider that. That, or they need to raise the amount of gils that you earn by completing story quests and such. They need to be giving you the amount of gil to justify this change through the story quest. The story quest rewards will need to be raised to reflect, the story quest gil rewards will need to be raised to reflect these changes in teleport cost, which is something that I also don't think they considered either. So, unfortunately, this is just going to be one of those things that they're going to retcon later and say, okay, you know what? Maybe we went a little overboard with our decision. You're right, it's a dumb, stupid mistake, and we'll fix it. So, at least that's the hope, that in case that will happen. We'll certainly find out in the very near future here. Anyway, that's over and done with. So let's move on. We'll go to one of the first zones that you will unlock. And kind of briefly go over some important locations there. Just the same as our last guide video that we did. And I would certainly hope that many of you new players made it this far. I know a lot of people out there will tell you, gosh, Realm Reborn is just terrible. It's awful. Why did they implement this? Why is the Realm Reborn like this, It's not fun and stuff like that. But actually, the thing about fun, and I've had this this rant, in another, comment thread somewhere, and that's that fun is completely subjective, just like, comedy is, In the very same way, fun is also subjective here. What one person finds as fun, another might not think is so very fun. And often this leads to conflicting views and clashings of heads. But it doesn't need to be that way, because you have to remember, at the end of the day, you guys, this is a video game, okay? And what are video games meant for? That's right, for fun, so... And if you're not having fun, like at the very beginning of the game, then you're just not going to really have fun at the end of it either. You'll find yourself sitting there getting bored and not really knowing what you want to do with yourself or this game. And let me remind you and reiterate to these people, like saying that, A Realm Reborn's just terrible. It's awful, just skip ahead, or, everything like that. Let me reiterate, this game is a subscription-based online RPG. So you're paying your actual money, your hard-earned money, in real life to actually be able to play this game here. So, you should really try to find your own ways of fun in the game. Because otherwise, if you just believe everything everyone tells you, that it's just bad, it's no good. Because, look, you guys, I'll give you a history course here. Alright? In 1.0 version of this game, they said the exact same thing. There was the same people saying, it's bad, it's no good, throw it away, delete the game, uninstall. They said the exact same thing back then, too. And that's what led to A Realm Reborn being created in the first place, is because there was so many people griping and saying, it's so terrible, it's so awful, I hate this game, I don't want to play it, it's broken, delete it. But there were still, even then, people who remained loyal customers to the game, role players to Final Fantasy, like myself as an example, who remained completely faithful and loyal to the brand, and they can continue to carry the torch into A Realm Reborn and onwards, all the way up to now, here at the end, quote unquote. And that's something that these developers really need to remember, always remember that there's still people who decided to carry on, even though there were so many disbelievers. And that's how it works a lot in even society today, our societies, is that there's just so many people that are in disbelief that those that are actual believers are very stretched thin. So, you just kind of have to take things, as they come, rather than what someone else perceives or notions them as, and formulate your own opinion on what you think is fun and what is not fun to you specifically, and no one else. So that's just a bit of a pep talk from me on what's considered fun and what's not considered fun, is that it's just completely subjective, you guys, and you have to figure out on your own what is and is not fun to you. And then you'll be able to say whether or not a Realm Reborn is good or bad to you. Anyway, let's move back to the present. Okay, so this is a camp sort of area you'll come to at the beginning of Heaven's Ward. You'll be here for quite a lot of different quests or requests. Make sure you slap that current there. Let's get ourselves a mount here now. Weather kind of turned a turn for the worst. But no matter, we can work around it. So way over here is an important location which you'll eventually find yourself at. Then you have this bridge here which has some significance, but as far as the story's concerned, it's really not all that significant, so you can pay it no mind. Over here you will end up as well, however, you can only access it via flying or through the quest that it gives you to get up here. Moving further on, this is going to be over here, this little house, I guess you could call it. This is also going to be pretty important to you. And then as for everything else, there's only a couple more significant and important pieces here. That's this place over here. This is where you will unlock a dungeon. And then when we get to it way over here, I kind of wish they gave us a flying speed increase, to be honestly with you. Like they give the ground mounts, like, ability to, like, sprint across the field, but when it comes to flying, it's just kind of set in stone. But over here, this is a pretty important place that you'll end up in the story. Like, make sure you're talking to these guys too, these porters, because it'll save you some gil and a lengthy trip. And then that's about it here for this particular area. Now we'll go to this other area, which you unlock very early on. Okay, now we're here in this area known as the Sea of Clouds. Now, why they call it the Sea of Clouds? Well, as you can see, it's floating way above in the clouds. And this is actually a pretty gorgeous area. It really is, especially like if you're on, PC, for example. Then during certain times of the day or the night, it looks just really gorgeous and stunning, this area. It's one of my favorite maps from the Heaven's Ward expansion. Okay, so this here is an area you will come here to contact with in the story. So you'll make sure to take note of that. The music of this zone is quite catchy as well, and relaxing. At least in my opinion it is. Well, some might say, well, why do you have it muted then? I mostly have it muted because it kind of gets too loud and ends up overriding my voice, and we don't want that for the purpose of this video, this guide here. Okay, then over here is where you will find these very interesting bird people, as you can see. They're called the Gundu, and they worship a primal known as Bismarck, who, believe it or not, is a flying whale. And in fact, if you were one of those who decided to watch the launch trailer for Heaven's Ward, you would have seen Mr. Bismarck. And see, the other thing I like about these guys is their design of their houses is very unique and intricate. Like, they're made to look kind of like bird houses, which is really cool. And I question myself, why ever didn't Square Enix let us have like something like that as a housing furnishing for outside? I think that would have been a really cool, like, housing sort of feature, but unfortunately, they were just like, well, we're just gonna go the, Ishgard route with furnishings, and I'm like, man, that's so disappointing, because in A Realm Reborn, you see, with the Beast Tribe quest, you could actually get Beast Tribe housing furnishings. And so when they didn't do that with Heaven's Ward, I'm like, oh, well, dang, that's such a wasted opportunity, Anyway, this crystal thing here is going to be important for you to unlock an endgame trial, so definitely make sure when you get to endgame, you remember that this crystal is all the way up here in the Sea of Clouds area at approximately there on the map. And everything else up here is not really story relevant. It's just really like just there as scenery. Fun to look at though. Like I said, I like the design they chose for these bird people's houses. I really like the look of them. And it's such a waste they never gave us like a housing furnishing from these guys that equicates to like a bird house, sort of like this or something. I think it would have been really cool. But sadly they just did not. I mean, they still could too, you know. Logically, they still could. But it would be relegated to crafting recipes, so... But I really would have liked to have one of those crazy birdhouse things just to have sitting outside on the lawn. That would have been really cool, but they just didn't for whatever reason decide to do that. Or even like could have had like one of these totem things too. It is regrettable that they didn't, but you know, it happens. Over here's important for, I think, a pretty obvious reason. And then way over here, this area over here is where you'll find Never Reap, which is a dungeon. Yeah, as I said though with the flying thing, I wish that they increased the speed of flying. But they did not, so it is what it is. Here's another tribe of those bird people, and they call themselves the Vanu. And they have this crazy ritual dance here, which you can actually unlock later in the game. That area up there will be important though for story. Then here is a group of deserters, if you will, from that other tribe. And this here will be a beast tribe which you can sort of play around with at endgame. So keep this location in mind as well. And then as you progress with them, these guys will also give you rewards. So experience points, their beast currency, tombstone. etc. And you can use, you know, as you level up, you can use gil and stuff to buy a costume and buy a mount if you wanted to, and other sort of things. And see, like I mentioned with the furnishing here, they have this, but this has more to do with Ishgard than it does with these guys, which is a real shame. A real shame, like I said. I was really hoping we could have gotten like something like this totem thing behind here, or even like a birdhouse. That would have been much nicer than, you know, what they gave us there. But, you know. Anyway, that will do it for this area. Now, as you progress even further, your journey will take you here to the Dravanian Forelands. Which this place is significant because not only is it home to, you know, our lovable, furry, fluffy, feathery companions, the chocobos here, as you can see. Don't mess with these red boys, they'll mess you up, though. Definitely stay away from these red boys unless you want to have a bad time. So you sort of have this like little hunter outpost here. This is pretty important for a story. But essentially, these lands are significant to the dragons. Like, this is a place where the dragons roam and call home. To be more exact, this little tower here, in fact. This tower is where these dragons decided to live. And as you can see, you can even see some of them just hanging out here. And then out here, where you see all this green, foggy looking stuff, you'll come across a beast tribe of ant-men. Like, I'll show you here. They designed these to be ant people. And without going into spoilers, these guys are very ant-like. They colonize themselves like an ant. Basically, colony would colonize like. This area will definitely be important for you to travel to through the story and an endgame sort of boss trial fight thing as well. Then we'll have to fly back this way. Over here, more of these ant people. Well, this time, as you can see, it's also a Beast Tribe quest hub. So here you can also do more of the same thing as the other Beast Tribe, like I told you. And they'll reward you with the same stuff. So if that's something you wanted to do, then you can certainly do that once you've hit the end game of Heaven's Ward. And then other than that, again, most everything else is for sightseeing and for like quests, side quests. Switching up my mounts here, sorry. Give myself a little bit of more variety, I suppose. Okay, the next area. Oh, actually not that area. This one. Sorry, I'm trying to keep these things in order so that, like I mentioned earlier, people who want to avoid spoilers and such, I mean, just from a, not from a story point, but necessarily, but from just like venturing through new zones and stuff. So here is a place where the Mughals live. If you played the Gridanian story route to begin with, you'll know these fluffy little fur balls quite well. And as you can see, they do wear armor and stuff. Well, this is sort of a Mughal colony. And then also, what's significant here in this place is that dragons also live here. And there's in fact a very big and scary dragon that lives here. But then there's also a friendly, nice dragon that lives here too. Okay, over here, this area is also pretty important. You will get here, and we have more Moogles sort of set up shop here. And then here, this is where you'll have an endgame beast tribe too. Though, beast tribe is probably putting it a little too much. These are actually Moogles. So, if you're addicted to Moogles or you love them, then here you go. You get a tribe with them. Granted, of course, you've leveled crafting and gathering up to level 60. Once you've done that, then you'll have these Moogles here unlocked. And they actually have a cute little dance that they do. I'll come over here and show you here. See, they do this cute little dance together. Then there's this place, which will be very essential to your story journey. You'll definitely come here a few times. I'm sorry that there's not a whole lot to talk about in these zones. Like, not a lot to talk about without going into, like, major spoilers, which we're trying to avoid. So, just kind of just take in the views as we go through them. Okay, so this area here, you'll unlock a dungeon at here. So it's important that you take note of this place. And that just about does it here. Again, most everything else will be up to your exploration. Okay, now we have this little zone here. This is called Idleshire, which was formerly known as Charlayan. And I can tell you that because that is spoiler-free. Because, essentially, the game does tell you, you know, like when you get to this zone, this place here, that it was once related to Charlayan. And the Charlayans are basically just a scholarly type of people. But they abandoned this place long ago because, you know, our good old frenemies, the Garlean Empire, they just felt the need to try and control and subjugate everyone that they come across, so this colony was not spared their wrath, and so the Charlayans ended up abandoning it and just left it to suffer the elements. And the fun fact, and this is something you new guys wouldn't even be able to see, but fun fact, this all used to be just a pile of, like, rubble and ruins, essentially. Like, it didn't used to have all these different buildings set up here and whatnot before Stormblood came along. Before Stormblood, it just used to be like a completely broken up and messed up place. And now, it's just like, you know, what it is now. Now, what's important about this place is that this is actually going to be your endgame hub for Heavensward. So, when you get to the end of Heavensward, this is basically where you'll come to turn in your tomestones for gear and stuff, and raid gear, etc. You'll come in here, this spot here, and just talk to the different NPCs for gear progression and weapon progression. And then here, sweet little girl and her fox friend. This is a type of endgame you'll unlock at Heavensward. We'll talk about that, though, when we get to the endgame discussion. For now, I'm just guiding you through areas. This zone's also a pretty decent zone as well. Definitely one of people's favorites. And me, I just kind of like to drive in it along these roads here. Because it has, like, actual roads to drive on. So I like to drive around in this zone here. But sadly though, I have to say is that there's only 2 relevant areas in this entire map. Well, actually 3. Sorry, I'm forgetting this spot over here. This is St. Marchian's Arboretum. It's a dungeon that you'll be able to unlock and explore later on. Okay, then way over here, as you saw back there, the name of this place is Matoya's Cave. Now, that name should ring some familiar bells if you're a pretty long time player of Final Fantasy. And wouldn't you know it, we have even a character here named Master Matoya or Lady Matoya. She becomes very important to you in the story. So definitely make sure you're keeping mental note of that as well. And there's a dungeon here as well, too. Just gonna do one more check right now, real quick. Okay. We're in still good shape. Okay, let's move on. And for this video, I will also include subtitles as well as chapters as well for this video to make it easier. Okay, so this area over here is pretty significant. This is known as the Great Gooble Library. And this is basically a place where the Charlayans kept all their knowledge and their secrets. And then way over here, you're probably wondering, well, what the heck is that thing? What is this giant-looking metallical thing? Well, this is actually a primal, believe it or not. Yep, one of the gods. And you're probably thinking, oh, isn't that dangerous? Couldn't he, like, mess a lot of stuff up? And, well, I guess in a way, yes. But will he? I'm afraid I can't say that. You'll have to play through the Alexander raids to figure that out. And for those people who hear the name Alexander, you probably already know exactly what Alexander is. But that's basically who this primal standing here before us is Alexander. And he is, yep, he's permanently cemented as a figure of the map here, which is really cool. That's really cool and really a nice touch. And you figure too, because Alexander, he's known in Final Fantasy as a walking fortress. Like a living walking fortress, and that's exactly how he's portrayed here. And then way over here, you'll unlock a dungeon here way later, but just know that it's here. And what's funny about this dungeon is, this is actually Matoya's house. Like, no kidding, yeah, no joking to ya. This is actually technically where Matoya, lives, but you'll ask, well, why does she hide in a cave then? Well, nobody really knows why. I'm just kidding. We know why she's in the cave, but again, spoilers, so if you really want to know why she lives in a cave, then just make sure you complete Heaven's Ward, and then you'll know, like, the answer as to why she lives in a cave rather than, you know, her own house over here. And that's just about it for this area. And now we're at the very end, the last map of the Heaven's Ward expansion. That being this place here that is called Azys Law. Which some people probably get a giddy little feeling about that name. Where they're like, oh, Shangri-La? And all I can say to that is, yeah, I mean, kinda. Now, this place is important not only because it's the final place, but also because you'll come here for an endgame content, the weapon relics. So, if you want to build and grind out relic weapons, you'll be coming to this place. And of course, also here is an endgame, some endgame bosses. In fact, they are housed within this big little ship here, the giant massive ship here in the middle. This is where those 3 gods are held captive, is on this flagship here. Now, if you've played Final Fantasy VI and you come up here and you look at them, then you're gonna be like, oh, damn, they added these guys to this game? And some of you might be thinking, wait, if they're here, does that mean that if we move these statues that the world is over? But this ship will be important to ya for endgame. And then over in this area here will be important story-wise. And it's here that you will see a figure standing roughly around here. Now, they're not here now, but to figure that out, why they're not here now, you'll just have to play the story to find out. Alright, moving on. That place way over here is a dungeon. This floating thingy's over here. It's called the ether chemical place. Like the ether chemical research facility. And then over here is another sort of research type facility, which is occupied by our frenemies. Those good old Garleans. They just love to be everywhere, don't they? And they're even parked their ship outside of it, too. There, see? So in case you were wondering what a Garlean flagship looks like, here you go. Here's one of them right here. And again, that's really all there is to it, to these zones within Heaven's Ward. There's nothing else really significant. besides those places. Everything else is just gonna be pretty much filler and exploration. And eventually you do come back here, even after Heavensward, to this spot specifically. So, now anyway, like I said, that Idleshire will be your endgame hub for Heavensward, so you'll go there to unlock a lot of things. That little cat girl and her fox friend that we saw are part of endgame content. From the Kit Girl, you will get a book called Wondrous Tales. If you complete her book, and you get like a perfect like bingo sort of thing, because that's how it is. It's like playing bingo. It's like a bingo book, so if you get like a certain amount of lines, you'll get some really fancy and nice rewards. And then from her fox friend, he'll give you an item which you can also exchange for some pretty nice endgame rewards. But the content that you do from the fox guy is pretty difficult content, so you'll only be wanting to do that content if you're specifically someone who's seeking a challenge. And then we'll go to the Foundation, back to Ishgard. I noticed the load times have gotten a little bit better. I guess everyone's off taking their nice little break since, the delay of Endwalker was announced, so that's pretty nice for my recording here. Less stressful to have to deal with all that. Okay, so this area, this is called the Firmament. So once you've completed, like, the entire, Heavensward story, like, not the first, just the first section, but, like, the whole entire expansion story of Heavensward, then you will have unlocked this place called the Firmament. Now, as you can see, it's kind of like a little township area here. Now, we brought up Datum here. Now, this is actually where you will come if you want to do the diadem, and it's basically just a place where the gathering jobs can come to basically level up and use as a method of leveling. And then they can turn in their spoils, if you will, for a currency which can be exchanged over here for different rewards. The currency is known as sky scripts, and they look like this here. And then sometimes they have these little festive events where you get to play some mini games, and that also gives you sky scripts. But you can only participate in those games if you are, you know, basically a crafter or a gatherer. I think you have to be level 15, I think it was, in order to participate, but I'm not sure if that was changed or not. But yeah, this is where crafters go to turn in stuff for their sky scripts. So like they'll be given like recipes and stuff like that. Recipes that, you know, the people are here are requesting you to turn in, so you can do the recipes, and you'll get rewarded here as it shows with various different types of items, some experience. So this is a method you can use to level your crafting as well if you want to. But again, I need to stress to you that this is only available after you have completed the Heavensward's full expansion. That's when you'll have this basically unlocked, and you can use it to level up, basically. And then sometimes, if you turn in a requested item, sorry, my throat's getting a little backed up and scratchy. But sometimes you'll get awarded a stamp. So you notice how it says it's Kupo stamp. So basically, if you turn in the stuff that it wants you to for the stamp, you'll get a total of 5 stamps, which you can redeem through this lady here, and she'll give you a random reward depending on like a sticker that you choose. And then with these rewards you can sell them, or you can keep them for yourself. Now for the mini games, they're called feats or fets. I think it's a French word, so. And basically what it will do is it will give you these little present boxes, which if you open them, gives you a random gift or reward, basically. And that could be anything from, you know, those annoying freaking sparklers, fireworks, to a piece of glamour, like a fashion sort of thing, fashion accessory sort of thing, and sometimes I think it gives dyes as well, and minions. So that's just something to occupy your time with at endgame. And also they have these what are called delivery quests over here with this dragon. And delivery quests are actually something that was started within the Stormblood era, the Stormblood expansion. So that's something you can do here for endgame as well, if you want, and you'll get rewarded with some crafting or gathering scripts, which will be useful in helping you gear up your crafting and gathering jobs. Then over here is another little fun mini game that you can play. Like, after you've done all the quests required for this zone, you can come here and play this little mini game here. In fact, why don't we put on a mini game right now? Just to kind of show you. We'll go with something elaborate. Now, like I said, I have this muted, and that's probably pretty good as far as this section goes, because this could be potentially copyrighted. So you have these symbols that glow up like this, and you're going to try to match and play them as they reach the, sort of target. As you can see, some of them are really hard to do. The blue ones are just basically a single touch, and yes, I know I'm failing spectacularly because I'm not really have my head in the game because I'm trying to explain it. Oh geez, this is going fast, this song now. It's hard to do that game when you're trying to explain it. But that's basically a little side content you can do in this area known as the Firmament, a little mini game attraction. And then also, way behind this is what has been dubbed by the community as a jumping puzzle. Now, what that basically means is that you're scaling the heights of like a building or structure. This was also something that was introduced way back in a Stormblood era again. As you can see, this little NPC got stuck there. He was trying to attempt to do the jumping puzzle, and then he failed spectacularly. Oh, I failed there too, but basically, in essence, that's what a jumping puzzle pertains to, is that you're going to scale like a building or structure, and then you'll be able to have a nice view from above, which will be nice for taking like screenshots, for example. And they have different scales of difficulty too. I would say that this one is probably at the lowest difficulty. But there's another one which gets very hard to do. And I'll probably take you over to that harder one when we get to it. Which we will. I'm gonna try to get Stormblood places and content into this video as well. Might not get to Shadowbringers because then it will just make this video kind of drag out over long. I mean, we've already been streaming for a couple of hours, so I think that, yeah, after Stormblood would probably be a good place to stop. Yeah, over here you'll have like this little bathhouse. You can just sort of hang out in. Now, what's important about this place here, the Firma, is that actually this will be converted into basically a housing district for players that they can buy and live in, essentially. And it's going to look very similar to this, if not like the exact same, when they release housing plots for purchase. So in a way, I guess you could say this is kind of like a first time look at like what you can expect to see in the housing district when it gets basically unlocked. This is where one of those mini game things takes place in this area. Okay, sorry, I was needing to go over something real quickly. But basically, since we didn't really touch upon housing, I believe, that much in my previous guide, I'll just talk about it here now. So, as of right now, we have 4 different housing wards in-game, which basically there's one for like each of the grand cities, essentially. So So like Limsa Lominsa, Gridania, Ulda, and here in Ishgard, they will basically have housing districts that are available for players, in which players can buy a house or a apartment complex of sorts. Okay, well, I guess that bench doesn't want me to sit any way else, I suppose. But basically, so you'll have those. Plus, there's one of a more like Eastern theme style of housing area that you can also go live in if you so choose to. But anyway, in order to be eligible to purchase a housing plot, you must be the rank of second lieutenant in your grand company. So your grand company, again, that would be the Maelstrom, the Immortal Flames, and the Twin Adder. And essentially, once you have that rank, it allows you to be able to purchase and own a house of your own. And these houses can be quite expensive, like especially depending on like the size of the house. Like for example, let's say you want like a mansion-sized house, then you'll be paying anywhere from like 50,000 gil, or sorry, not thousand, I meant to say 50 million gil, down to about like 30 something. At least that was the initial way that they did housing, but they're actually changing their system, tweaking it. Like when Endwalker hits, like they're gonna be tweaking and changing the housing system in a way to which it makes purchasing and buying plots a lot different than now. And while we're on the subject, housing is quite a very sensitive topic within the Final Fantasy XIV community itself, so I mean, like, it can get a little dicey and people get into fights over it a lot. But it really wouldn't be that way, though, if the developers themselves didn't create basically the problem that housing has in Final Fantasy XIV, which is, for you new guys that this guide is designed for, is basically housing is in limited supply and not everyone can get one. It's only first come, first serve for right now. But when Endwalker rolls around, they're planning to introduce a sort of lottery system where everyone chips in an amount of gil to a housing plot, and basically the system will run on a timer, and when that timer's out, it'll select a participant at random to receive that house. And the person will have, like, a certain amount of time to claim that plot as theirs before, their time to get it runs out, and then it just completely goes back into the system all over again. And also, in that period, people also need to go back and get their gil that they put in. Otherwise, they essentially just lose all that money, which would be super, super sad and tragic. So, and I know it's also disheartening and bad that you even have to go back when you lose to go get your money back. Oh, man, this is, it's gonna just cause more friction, to be honest. It's not a good, implementation, and I really don't think it's gonna solve any more problems than it creates, so. And I know there's the time-old argument, well, it's more fair, Not exactly. It's not really that fair when the supply is still limited as all heck, so how is it fair then when it's still all completely luck-based and no one, and I do mean no one, will have the ability to just buy a plot that they really like. Now they said the first come first serve feature is still going to be in effect, like for certain wards, but like I kind of get the feeling that what that essentially means is, okay, so let's say they introduce a new ward as an example, a new housing sort of plot ward, okay? So what I'm thinking that specifically means is that when that housing award is brand new, like brand spanking new, then it's first come, first serve. So whoever gets there first and put their money in, they now own that house. But when they lose that house, for example, like if they don't play the game, or they don't return to the game by the allotted time, and yes, that's something that's another sensitive topic is the allotted time, is that you can't just, quit the game and stay unsubscribed for months on end or even years at a time. You have to have an active subscription to Final Fantasy XIV and be logging in like every 45 days to be able to keep a house plot if you're indeed planning to deal with the system of housing in 14. Which that in itself creates a conflict of interest when the director-producer himself says, it's okay for you to take breaks from my game. We prefer that you play this game leisurely. But yet, they don't want to make their housing system reflect that. Which is just that just creates a lot of distrust, you know, that he would even suggest such a thing but not bother to fix the problem. It's kind of, I guess, hypocritical in a way. And watch now. I will see some people just wanting to race in the comment thread now saying, "You, how dare you bash my Lord and Savior, my God, Yoshi P. He's perfect, sweet cinnamon bun. I will destroy anyone who harms this man," and all that stuff. Guys, I'm not attacking Naoki Yoshida. I'm just stating the facts here. That it seems pretty hypocritical that he would tell, you know, us as players, yeah, go ahead, take your break, it's fine, come back when there's new stuff to do, but yet this broken housing system doesn't reflect that at all. It's a joke. It's just a big joke. So I'm not attacking so much as I'm criticizing, you know, Yoshi P, Naoki Yoshida for that situation, because he is in charge of Final Fantasy XIV. And let me iterate to you, he has said multiple times, hey, I'm in charge. If you don't like something's bad or it doesn't work, then it falls on me. You can shove the blame all on my shoulders because I am the one making decisions. So, and that's exactly what I'm doing here, is I'm just criticizing him for this lack of effort, if you will, to fix a situation that doesn't work with his philosophy of take breaks. So until he changes that and fixes what's wrong with this housing system, I'm afraid, you know, I'm just going to have to keep criticizing his decisions on this housing situation. So, but the lotto system isn't going to really cut it in the end when the supply still doesn't meet the demand. Now, they're thinking of adding some kind of instance island sanctuary thing where they've said in this sanctuary you'll be able to place structures within it. So what that tells me then, by structures, he means like sort of like outdoor furnishing type things, you know, like a gazebo, like plants, trees and stuff like that. I think that's specifically what that's supposed to mean. So in other words, it's not going to be a replacement for housing, but it's functioning basically as your own little space where you can decorate it with outdoor specific furnishings. So it's only going to be tied to outdoor specific things, which means that you won't have like a house there in this island sanctuary. And if originally, you guys, the idea of island sanctuary came about because players were requesting, you know, that we have their own little like communal garden sort of thing where they can plant their thing. Because the thing about gardening too, which is another issue added onto housing, is that you have to own a house in order to use the gardening feature, which is endgame feature as well. So they wanted to create this island sanctuary with that in mind, so that people have their like own little private gardens or like public garden which they can share together and just plant stuff and grow stuff. And similarly, the people requested like having a minion farm, like a little animal farm where you can put your little minion friends inside and they can just run and frolic about inside of it. And, like, I guess they wanted to have a raising system? I don't know what that's indicative of, but, they wanted to have basically a farm, basically, a simulator within 14. So the devs still built this new island sanctuary with that in mind, to be sort of like a farm place where, you'll have, I guess, a certain limitation of how many minions you can have running about in these completely instance islands that you yourself kind of like build, I guess. I think that's what I understand. We won't figure out more about this island sanctuary stuff until like later on in 2023 here. Or sorry, I meant to say 2022, not 2023. Well, yeah, in 2022, later in 2022, this next coming year is when we'll learn more about what this sort of island sanctuary pertains to. And whether or not it'll be substantial enough to make people, not fuss about housing so much. But I know only time will tell about that, and that's basically how housing is in a nutshell for Final Fantasy XIV. So it's a very unfortunate situation, basically, to be in for the game, but unfortunately that's just, how things are, how it is for basically housing in Final Fantasy XIV. And that's an end game that's there, so. But anyway, that wraps it up for Heavensward expansion, so let's now move on to Stormblood now. Okay. So now, with Stormblood, basically to unlock that, you'll need to complete the story quest here, known as the Far Edge of Fate. And then you will have Stormblood to go through. That's, again, just only if you've purchased Stormblood to be included in your purchase of Final Fantasy XIV, which I highly recommended in my previous guide video, that you go ahead and you make a purchase of the complete edition of Final Fantasy XIV, as this does include Heavensward, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers expansions. So once you completed that quest, the Far Edge of Fate, you'll be greeted with this sort of map here. This is sort of connected to the shroud, the black shroud in a way. And then it leads into an area which is known as Girabanya. And specifically, this zone is called the Fringes. So this is kind of like on the border between Gridania and, Girabanya. Now, as far as story importance goes for places, you have that place where we were just at, the Castrum Oriens. And then you have this way far bridge over here. Which also becomes important in the story. Now, because those ether currents are a thing in this zone as well, a lot of people wanted to hurry up and get those done and out of the way so that they could have flying, but because of the way they handled questing, it just makes it a mess. Well, you people used to do this thing by this gate here where they would summon a two-person mount, and then the person on the other side, basically all they had to do was just select the person, and then they were then they were able to just jump over to the other side here. Or if there's people, that were lucky enough to get way ahead in the game, like speed runners basically, power leveling and speeding through the game. Of course, there were a lot of issues with server stability and instances when Stormblood initially launched, which reflected quite poorly for the dev team, regrettably. But nonetheless, they restored our faith with the expansion after that, so, props for Yoshida and the team. Golf clap. They were able to turn things around the next expansion after this. And then, let's see, this area is important too, story stuff. This is actually where a tribe of the Mikote live, the Sun Mikotes. And again, just make sure you're always synchronizing up to these blue crystal things. It just saves you so much time and effort overall. But yeah, this is an important area. And then over here, this becomes important too, this little pathway here. And you have a beast tribe on that bridge back there as well. These are part of that beast tribe. They're called the Ananta, and they're basically a tribe of snake people. And that's basically the importance of places here on this map. Yes, you're probably wondering about that huge hole over there in that mountain. With the Final Fantasy XIV logo thing there. That's actually something that happened long time ago in the lore. It's not exactly spoilers for Stormblood, that big hole over there, but it is kind of spoilers for a raid story, if people even care about raid stories, so... But you don't even really get the context of that from the raid story, but rather instead you get it from a job quest tied to Red Mage specifically. So, it's just kind of there, you know. Okay, then here, this place is known as Rauger's Reach. This functions as a important outpost for the story, but it's also, at the same time, the endgame hub. So you'll come here a lot for basically everything in Stormblood. And then here you have a jump puzzle. So, like I said, with Stormblood, this is when they first did the jump puzzles, and then they just added it to, you know, Heaven's Ward. And then also in Stormblood, there's a feature they added, and that is the ability to swim and to dive, but in this particular section you can't really dive, you can only swim. And of course, with swimming being introduced, they also added essentially, you know, water specific emotes. I'm trying to remember what it was called. I thought it was float, but maybe I was wrong. There's a splash emote. Well, that one was from an event, though, sadly, so... this is an underwater emote, so if you were diving, you could do a little water acrobat sort of thing. Yes, you can play dead in water. Dramatic effect. But there was a... there it is. Water float, yes. If you wanted to, you could just chillax and sort of just enjoy floating here in the water. Take a screenshot and all that, so... Which, now that I mention it, I didn't really go over much of that either. The screenshotting tool thing, which is basically called G-Pose. And you see, you can either assign it here to your hotbar as an action, or you can just type in your chat /G-Pose. And then it will come up to this screen here where you can play with their in-game screenshot tool here, where you can mix around with lighting here. You can add these crazy little effects here to your character, like if you felt like it. And then they also have different like picture frames that you can add to give yourself pictures. Then there's again like different lightings. They use the 3-point lighting system here in 14. And then you can also tamper here with the level. So like this is like the intensity level of the brightness. So if you want like one bright light, then you can have one bright light. If you want a dim light, you can make it a dim light, etc. And you just kind of experiment and play around with it to sort of figure things out how you want them. You can also apply different sort of emotes or things like this for effects. You can also add in lip syncing. So if you wanted your character to be doing some lip syncing for whatever reasons, or like say you're doing like a podcast or something to that effect, then you could just have this lip sync on autoplay, or you can pause it to stop and then just unpause it to make it go off again and stuff. And you can apply emotes that you have collected in here as well to your character if you really wish. And this, you can basically hide everything if you just wanted to take like a scenic picture, or you can just have yourself with friends, or yourself with like your pets or companion, or yourself and your minion, or yourself and an NPC character. All kinds of different stuff, you know. And then you can adjust brightness too. And you can put colors, different color filters, depending on what you're looking for, different effects. And then it has depths of field which you can play around with, make your screenshots look maybe a little more realistic like. They also have what's called a sticker mode. So let's say you wanted to place a sticker, for example. Then you could essentially do that. You could find like a sticker, and then you can play around with that and resize it and everything. Make it smaller, make it bigger. Or if you decide, nah, I don't want that sticker, then just delete that sticker. And then that's essentially it for the picture mode. But anyway, so this is going to be an important story place / your endgame hub for Stormblood, so bear that in mind. And now we'll just continue on here with the journey. Here we have the peaks. It's sort of like a mountain range area type. It's actually one of my favorite Stormblood areas, I would say. You have that pyramid over there, which is not quite as significant for the story, but it's revealed later in another story that it's actually a pretty big deal. Over here is a settlement. It's pretty important as far as story is concerned. Make sure that you hit the blue crystals. Got a nice little big waterfall there. Up here is a Garlean tower thing. Yeah, I know. I know. The Garleans are just everywhere. We can never be done dealing with them, can we? Or can we? Hmm. I guess we'll find out with Endwalker, won't we? Wink, wink. Up over here is an important story location. Sort of like a city or town, I guess. I don't know. It has the outlining of a city, but it doesn't have enough, like, structures to be a city. So I guess town is probably accurate to say in this case. I have this little ship over here. Now, they really don't tell you a whole lot about this ship, but essentially what this ship was used for was kind of like a Noah's Ark sort of thing. And it was used by a Charlayan scholar. Okay, over here, this little village here is going to be an important place that you find in the story. Also followed up by this other little village over here. And then that's it for this particular space. And then you'll eventually go up to that tower as a dungeon, so Anyway, our story takes a turn and we go east. And that's when we find ourselves in this lovely city of Kugane, which they call a port city. Because it's kind of like just like a island, essentially. And as you can see, a lot of his Eastern influence goes into it. Very sugoi. Here, this place, this is where you will get hunts for Storm Blood expansion. It uses the same exact currency of the Heavens Ward one, so again, make sure that you get these unlocked and you do them, because they will save you just so much headache in the long end of transportation. Like I said, that's one of my gripes with Endwalker. That along with the housing mess. But this place, oh man. This tower is a jump puzzle game. And it's the hardest one in the game. This is jump puzzle savage, basically. And you'll say, is there a jump puzzle ultimate? Yeah, I mean there was, but it was tied to a limited event, so this tower here is jump puzzle savage. Like, there's so many ways to easily fall off of this tower here. It's insane, man. Oh man, I've beaten this puzzle like twice before. And I know a lot of people would want to say, well, look, come on, do the jump puzzle for us. And I'm just gonna have to say, no, thank you. Like, it would take me, I don't know, I don't know how long, probably 2 hours just to get to the top of it. Give or take. See, the thing about doing the jump puzzle is that it's actually pretty damn hard to do with a joystick. That, and plus, like, I have a fear of heights, so, like, I always have a certain anxiety when I do types of things, even though it's still pretty much in a video game, so there's no fear of death or anything, or fear of, like, being reset a level because you failed or something, but, like, it's just I have that anxiety, so there you go. Basically, jump puzzle savage. Okay, anyway. I like this city as well, too. It's a very beautiful looking city. Here's your market area, basically. And again, with retainer, if you chose to purchase another retainer for the expansion, then you can create one here in Kugane. Oh, this is the market area, basically. And then all the way up here, in this tower, across from the other tower. And no, you can't jump on this tower. This is not a jump puzzle tower, but this is essentially the airship tower that you'll go to use airships. And then when we get to it way over down there, on that port side, is when you'll basically get, you know, sorry, losing my train of thought. Oh, you'll get an end game unlocked there, which is known as Eureka the Forbidden Land. But we'll save that topic for when we get to it. Just kind of get through the tour here. So you'll have this building over here called the Ruby Bazaar. And then we have this guy, East Aldenar Trading Company Aid. If you've been playing 14 and paying attention, you'll already understand what that implies. And also, pretty sure we've seen that symbol before. But this place will be very important for your story quest, so you'll be here a lot as well. Okay. And in this city, you'll also unlock a dungeon to do as well. Got little stands and stuff where you can sit down in. This place becomes important for the main story eventually, but you can also see this area being important for the samurai job as well. So if you're leveling samurai, then you'll definitely be seeing this place. Okay. This is also a little bit of a market-esque sort of place, but you don't actually buy anything on these streets. It's just surely for, you know, looks. Then here, with these guys, you'll actually talk to these guys here for an endgame content. A boss fight to be specifically, which is one of the funnest ones I've played in this game. Then you have here a little bathhouse, or you can just relax in this little spring of water. And this is also coincidentally tied to the inn. So once you unlock this area, you can use the inn here as well. And that's really all about all of that you need to keep track of for this area. The rest of it is all just sightseeing and side questing. So now you come to this area here, unlocked through the story. It is called the Ruby Sea. And as you can see, it's pretty covered in water from head to toe. When you get here, there will be this place here, which holds some significance from a story standpoint. So you'll be here a couple times. And then way over here, this volcano, you unlock a dungeon. And now comes one of the good parts, is when you can dive underwater here. And you can use mounts too. So as you can see, this has an underwater map as well. Which also includes different sea life too. Well, that's not why we want to come down here, though. We mainly want to come down here to show you where you need to go. So down here is a place that'll be important for you to come for the story. As you'll notice, you have a beast tribe. And these guys are turtles. Turtle people. As you can tell, they're scaly and have shells on their backs. But what's funny is the shell is not part of their body. As you can see, it's sort of just strapped on their back. But yep, the same deal applies to here. If you want to get some nice endgame goodies, then you can do this beast tribe. They also give you experience points, so if you're leveling jobs, then you can use them as an experience point. Sort of a method. Then you come to this fancy looking place, Sui no Sato. You'll end up here in the story. And then eventually you'll be here to unlock a dungeon. Very, very nice Eastern aesthetic to it. Yep, as you can see, there's even underwater fish and a shark. Just nice little touches. Okay. And then over here, this is also pretty important to the story. As you can see, there's turtle people here as well, only they're red colored instead of like green like their other counterparts. You're probably wondering about that huge tower that scales way past the ends of the sky. Well, that's actually another deep dungeon that you'll unlock in-game. And it's called Heaven on High. And basically, unlike Palace of the Dead, where you're going deep, you're actually going up instead. So you have this area, which is also pretty important. This area is kind of controlled and maintained by a band of pirates. But they're the good kind of pirate, I suppose you could say. They're not the kind of pirate that you're going to have to fight against. And then over here, a village, which is also pretty important for you. Now we reach this beautiful looking map, which kind of gives you a almost calm land sensation if you're a fan of Final Fantasy X. And this area is like a trading outpost. But here, instead of regular people, you have the race of Aura that live here. Now, we briefly mentioned Aura before in the other guide. This specific place is indigenous of the Zayla clans of Aura. So that's the dark-skilled ones that you see here. And it's here that you can learn all about their history and their ways of living. So if you've selected the Aura as your playable race, the Zayla tribe, then this place will be pretty much home to you, I guess. Like, just this whole map zone is basically, you know, home to the Zayla tribes. So here's an important place here. This is one of the Zayla tribe's living places, so definitely take note of that. And then further up here, this little sort of cave here thing here becomes important from a story standpoint. Then way out over here you unlock a dungeon. And then way up here is a beast tribe quest thing that you can unlock. These guys are called the Namazu, which is basically catfish people. And they also have stuff for you to unlock as well. But you have to be a crafter or a gatherer to be able to do this beast tribe quest. Okay. And that little big circular dome thing there is important too for story. You'll be definitely going there. And then this little sort of desert oasis sort of place is important. It's also a Zayla tribe air region. And that's basically it for this region. Okay, then we come to this map. But this is a pretty bizarre looking multicolored canyon. And then you'll find this little secret base here, which is very important for your story quest, so you'll be here pretty often, so make sure you hit that crystal when it's available, which it's not exactly available from the start, so but you get it eventually. You just need to keep doing story to get that location unlocked. And then over here is where you'll unlock a dungeon here. Specifically that place over there here, which is sort of like a castle of some kind. And you'll be wondering, well, why is it so banged up and messed up? Well, that's just something you'll have to find out. No spoilers here. Now you'll see that tower looking thing over there in the background. That's going to be where an important trial fight takes place. But you can't actually fly over there, so you can only stare at it from the distance. Over here in this thing, though, our Garlean buddy's up to no good, as usual. There's also diving in this map as well, so if you wanted to take a look at the underwater map of this area, then you can. There's also another dungeon unlock back way over there by those gate-looking things. And on a side note, there's a little secret area way over here. It's not important for the main story, but it's pretty interesting and cool looking, so it's called the Plum Springs. As you can see, it has the plum trees here, and just kind of like water around them. Really nice place to hang out at or take a picture. And then you have this little tiny village here as well. Is pretty significant for the story, so make sure you touch the big blue crystal. And then over here, important area with a little underwater shortcut to that hidden base that we were at on the other side. Okay. And then also get to this place here. This place is also really important for the story here, called the Doman Enclave. And you can actually do a really interesting little endgame quest here. And doing said in-game quest will unlock a few nice goodies for you, as well as a source of income. You can come over here to this donation place and basically donate unwanted objects and stuff that you don't want, and it will give you a sum of gil up to what it says at the bottom there, 40,000 gil. So as much stuff as you want to throw into it, that totals up to 40,000 gil. And that's a weekly sort of limit. It's too bad it's not a you know, a sort of daily thing. They'd probably have to drop the price for that for it to not get abused. But yeah, basically that's what this little thing is here, is a source of weekly income. And then, like I said, obviously, just important for the story, but also an endgame thing. Now, for you newer players as well, this place this place was also in ruins, much like you know, much like Idleshire was. So for you new players that come in, you don't even I don't think you even see it as ruins anymore. It's just basically this right here. And it's actually a pretty beautiful looking place as well. As you can see, it's got this little food little stalls and stuff, and a bar. Uh-oh. Ah, shit. Sorry about the cursing there. I don't know if that was on the what it just displayed that message there, but oh boy, more technical difficulties essentially. Sorry, give me just a few minutes here while I try to sort this out a bit. Another sound and mic check here. Well, okay, well, that was certainly a bit of a weird situation. But it appears to be like I'm still on air, so I don't know, that was really weird. I don't know why I did that. But, yeah, anyway, this is the Doman Enclave area, and you'll be able to use it as a, story. It is important for story, but, like, you'll also, like, come here for an end game content as well. But that's in the expansion after Stormblood Shadowbringers. And you can also use, like I said, you can use this place as a weekly income thing. Anyway, though, now we are at our final map of the Stormblood expansion, and then we can talk about Stormblood's endgame. Okay, so here it is called Porta Praetoria. As you can imagine, that is, yes, a Garlean name. But the architecture here is very much Abanian in style and in substance. Kind of hard to see because of the weather here, but pretty much this place is like a canyon of types. It has all these tall structures and everything. Now, as far as like the story goes, like there's really not a whole lot of significance as far as story goes. Like, as far as the story goes, that place back there we were, and then again in here, this is the actual city. Well, this is part of the city, I should say. It's like the residential sort of area, basically, and you'll be coming here a whole lot. And then here. You can go to the roof of that area, sort of, or sorry, the palace, I should say. This is the roof of the palace within the city. And just kind of run around in here, like with friends and stuff. Hang out here, or you can take some pictures here too. You can just kind of look around and you'll see that, and then basically part of the city is actually a dungeon too, so it's kind of funny. You're pretty much basically raiding the place. And it's not even a raid, an actual raid in game, but yet you're raiding it. It's hilarious. And then there's a dungeon that you unlock here as well. Two dungeons, I should say. The one I talked about how you're raiding it, and then there's a second dungeon that you'll get later on. And there's actually underwater tunnels too. Like, there's one underwater tunnel that you'll actually take when you're breaking into the sort of residential area. And then, you know, like, there's really like nothing else that you really do in this area so much. So, like, yeah, it's just kind of there. And then, like, you do come here again for more, like, story stuff as you make progress, but, like, you know, it just doesn't really. As far as the Stormblood expansion goes, it just doesn't really have too much relevancy. And there is some side content that brings you back in here too, but like, you know, side content is side content, so. And then, Shadowbringers, endgame content comes here as well. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. That's Heaven's Ward, and that's Stormblood. That's your guide for those two expansions. As far as Stormblood's endgame goes, I mean, it's essentially the same as A Realm Reborn and, you know, Heaven's Ward. Like, you really don't, sorry about the camera situation. I'm really getting some really bad drift with this joystick in my controller tonight. I don't know why. I don't know why it's doing that. But yeah, essentially, that's basically, you know, there's like not much difference in Endgame and Stormblood compared to the previous expansions before it. You have the raids, you have new dungeons, new crafting stuff for crafters, and more beast tribes. And then, they added the ultimate fights in Stormblood as a feature. That was a nice little addition for the smaller portion of the community. And then, like I said, they added a housing district here in Stormblood 2, the Eastern themed one, which is actually next door to this place, Kugane here. It's called Shirogane, and it's just kind of like its own little island of houses. So, and then there's that Eureka, which I brought up too. You know, it's basically intended for if you want to grind out for a relic weapon. And relic weapons, the significance I guess it holds is not power so much as more as like looks and glamour, basically. But like, Eureka is kind of a bitter pill to swallow. Um, it's definitely not content for everyone. Like, it's just so, like, heavily grindy and time consuming. And it's also punishing, so it's like not something you can do soloable at all, even though the devs promised and swore it would be, but it's really not. You cannot solo Eureka by yourself. You can try, but it's just gonna be a massive headache and take you hours upon hours upon hours and days and weeks. And if you die, you lose all the hours, a whole hour's worth of progress, because you get de-leveled. Like, it's really not worth it. And they tried to incentivize people to play Eureka because they knew that people just didn't like playing it that much. Like, they had to add in, like, these randomized loot boxes with special rewards to keep people to keep playing the content, which is pretty sad. You know, but it's the only way they get people to like and play the content is by incentivizing people to play it. Which is never a good design philosophy, in my opinion. Like, if you're really, like, trying to, you know, if you're really trying to, like, get people to be interested and have fun, then rather than just constantly try to bribe them into having fun, you should, you know, make the content actually exciting and fun to play. Which is just not the case with Eureka, unfortunately, especially the biggest huge complaint people have about Eureka is the Pagos portion of it. They say they really, really can't stand Pagos. Even when they nerfed it, I mean, that kind of softened it a little bit, but not by a whole lot, and people to this day still hate Pagos with a passion. Like, almost to the point you bring up Pagos and it's like a trigger word for some people. But, yeah, I don't know if they'll ever do anything else with Eureka. I mean, in interviews, they hinted at the suggestion, perhaps maybe, like, that they were going to rework Eureka, I guess. Which I assume by that, what they mean by rework is that they'll, I don't know, make it so that you're guaranteed, like, the necessary drops that you need from it, and that, I don't know, like, the penalties that you get in it will be nerfed, I guess. Like, instead of losing like almost a whole entire level worth of work, I think instead they'll like nerf it to where you lose like, I don't know, a smaller portion of progress, like maybe, I don't know, let's say like 500 or something like that. Or maybe they'll just not do penalties at all, I guess. Or maybe they'll just completely remove the penalty and just let you go ham within the place. And then, from then on, people will just be able to go back into Eureka and, just play that content for their own leisure and not have to struggle and suffer an endless, massive grind that they don't really want to do. But yeah, that's basically it. That's all that there was for Endgame and Stormblood, and I should make it clear that Stormblood had its charm from, like, a story standpoint. There were some good story beats here and there, and I was excited, like, really happy to go to, the eastern portion of this world, of 14's world, because I've always enjoyed the Eastern aesthetic and like the Eastern culture. Like, I've always enjoyed how it looked and like everything like that. And plus, they finally gave me the job I wanted to play in 14 way back when I first started the game. They gave me Samurai. Finally, after, 4 years, they finally gave me Samurai, which made me happy. So, I've been maining Samurai as a job ever since then. And then, the story didn't have the most satisfying ending, if we're to be quite clear. Like, they could have done a way better job at ending, the expansion story. I was definitely weak. Like, the way I put it is that Stormblood has just been like Rocky from start to finish. Oh, that's right, I forgot to bring up, that Stormblood was also when they brought in, the Squadron NPCs, which are basically adventure NPCs that you can, take on missions with you and stuff like that. Or you can send them out on personal, private missions to collect useful items to you. Like, especially if you're a solo player, for example, then you can essentially use them for that purpose. And in fact, I would probably recommend you start using them for a item here. If I can find it, this one. Because this is basically an experience buff that's greater than the Heat of Battle 2, which free companies earn. And basically, I should say the downfall is that it only lasts 2 hours instead of a full 12 hours like the free company one, but you know, it's still better than nothing. It stacks onto all your other bonuses too, so that's pretty useful. And yeah, I think I've covered all the needed topics for both Heaven's Ward and Stormblood for beginners. I can't really think of what else to say, really. You know, other than, I guess, in Shadowbringers, it's pretty much, the same story as far as endgame goes, but they mixed it up a little bit by adding a few little nice nuance content here and there, which is always appreciated. I always appreciate when they do that and add brand new ideas into the game, brand new types of content, because it really kind of, sorry, that was the wrong button. It really kind of brings life and spice into the game when they sort of introduce new ideas into the game, new types of gameplay. It really makes the game more interesting and more fun when they do that, and I wish that they would actually do that for every expansion instead of just giving us, the same tired, bland old grind. It makes us kind of feel we're just tireless cogs in the machine when they do that sort of thing, like mindless drones, mindless zombies, just grinding away hours and hours and hours of the same bland formula. And it's crazy to think that some people actually find that addicting. And I'm just like, oh man. There's just so much potential this game could have, especially now being as popular and hype up as it is right now in social media. It's like you won't find anywhere where no one hasn't heard of Final Fantasy XIV right now. It's become like a household name, basically. And I wouldn't be surprised even if there's even children who've even now heard of Final Fantasy XIV and they even play it. In fact, back even before all this popularity started, that's when I met a few younger gamers in 14. And I was astonished. I was like, wow, damn. So there's even, kids that like to enjoy this game too, huh? So it's there's just all walks of life basically playing 14 right now. Which is pretty cool, I guess. Pretty interesting. I just hope that, the developers don't struggle too badly to maintain everything, because sometimes I feel like they're on the edge of their seats or they're at wit's end with all of this ongoing activity. And this game is pretty old now too, we're already past 10 years of service, going on to 11 years of service that the game's been up. Of course, for me, I've only been around for 9 years out of the 10 years that this game's been alive. But still a pretty long time this game has been running for, and some sacrifices were made along the way. They had to cut off PlayStation 3 users in favor of the PlayStation 4. And then later on they had to cut off Windows 60 something bit, I think, 64 bit or something around there. They had to cut that off, and older PCs, they had to cut all those off to be able to keep, basically 14 and the game content going strong and running. Let's see. And now they're talking about, preserving Final Fantasy XIV to last through the ages, basically like World of Warcraft. But to do that, Naoki Yoshida has said, they need to do some things on the back end side and clear, some graphical and engine limitations. Which, honestly, it's very long overdue in my opinion. They've really should have, had this done, I think, immediately before Shadowbringers even dropped or launched. If they had done so, I honestly think they wouldn't have been in some of the precarious positions that they're in right now, And now I know there's a lot of people will say, oh, but it was COVID. COVID delayed all of it. You can't blame them for a pandemic. And I'm like, I'm not blaming them for the pandemic, okay? The pandemic has affected, not just them, but the whole world and everyone at large, so I'm not one of those people that blames them for the pandemic slowing them down. What I'm holding them responsible for, though, is the fact that what they could have done probably would have drastically changed, like how things ended up turning out before, COVID-19 hit. Like, if they had prepared way far in advance before Shadowbringers, I doubt we would even need to bring it up. Like, there's just so much that they should have done and that they could have done, but they didn't, is all I'm saying. And I hope that, they do really start to consider, like, what needs to be done for this game to stand the testament of time, essentially, like they're trying to plan it to be. Because otherwise, they're gonna keep losing more players like myself. Like I've mentioned this in a previous video, but I'll just briefly summarize that basically I'm going to be quitting this game, and I've never quit in all the 9 years that I've supported and played this game. I've never once ever decided I was going to quit until now. So, after, I finish Endwalker, I'm just gonna quit this game for a while. I don't know how long. I can't give a specific time frame, but I guess it all hinges upon what exactly the dev team's plan is going forward and what they're planning to do with this game. And Naoki Yoshida himself has addressed this. In fact, he said that he wants to really sit down with the community of players and do like a live presentation, live letter, like explaining where we go from here, what happens from here, for 14. Like, do we end the subscription model and go for more of a free-to-play model, like what's pretty popular and trending, like with some games right now? To name one, in fact, Genshin Impact, which a lot of people really adored. They loved the beautiful open world and the aesthetic to it. It wasn't exactly an MMO, no, so that's where some people will say the argument falls flat, but it's still an online game. It has online functionality. And a lot of people played it for hours and hours and days and weeks. And they're just continuing to adopt that policy with other games too that are like Final Fantasy XIV here. In fact, there's one I'm anxiously looking forward to and waiting to hear more on, and that's a game called Blue Protocol, where it's going to be an open scope online RPG world with a character customization thing, lots of exploration, a lot of features that online MMOs have, like picture modes and dungeons and raid fights. And they're doing all of that stuff Basically, even though it's a huge money sink, they're doing all of that stuff and giving it to us players for free. This Blue Protocol game. And there's like a lot of hype and attention on that game. And it's also, by the way, being developed by a top AAA gaming company, that being Namco Bandai, or as some people will call it, Bamco. But that Blue Protocol is being developed by them, and it has a lot of eyes on it, investor-wise and content creator-wise. So, a lot of eyes are on that game, and I'm not gonna lie to you, if it succeeds and it does really well for itself, that free-to-play Blue Protocol, then you're gonna see a lot of Final Fantasy XIV players migrate over to it because they don't want to pay a sub when they could just get like a lot of the same in Blue Protocol, basically. So that game will be a very tough competitor for 14 if it succeeds really well. So I think it's time for the developers to, really decide like where we go from here on. And like, it's not like they have to drop the subscription model completely. Like, it works in 14, it does. Like, I don't think it would necessarily hurt the game either if they offered a free-to-play model as well. And now I'm going to hear a lot of people will say, well, what about the free trial? That's pretty much, that's pretty much the free-to-play model. And I'll say, no, not really, because there's so many awful heavy restrictions on that free trial that, like, I can't even get into it. Like, I've tried it, And I just cannot, for the life of me, stand this 14's free trial at all. It's so awful, man. You can't make a party. You can't join a party. You can't send private messages. You can't talk in the shout chat if you needed to get some help or recruit. You always have to utilize the say chat, and even then that gets ignored and drowned out because there's always people like tapping or spamming emotes, typing like a lot of stuff and spamming emotes. Like, it just gets lost. So the free trial is it's really awful, and it's even worse for if you wanted to try DPS jobs. The DPS queues are gonna drag you out to death, and you can't even join a free company or a link shell as a free trial player. So no, free trial is not a good free-to-play model. It is the worst ever free-to-play model in the history of MMOs, period. Like, sure, people can argue about how most free-to-play models will have and badger you with, like, their pay-to-win mechanic and stuff like that. But, like, come on now. Like, seriously. At least with those pay-to-win model things, they let you join parties for fun. Sorry, I almost said a word that could get me in trouble, but for the love of, man. Like, come on. At least in those other ones, you can frickin' you can do like party stuff, and you don't have such heavy-handed limitations. Like, I've never understood that whatsoever, why 14 has to be that way. So, what I will say is if they do introduce a free-to-play model in 14, I hope that at the very least, they allow, free-to-play model players use party chat, okay? Let them use the party feature. Because that's something that can't be abused by RMT sellers that much at all. Because that's the whole purpose, I know, of all their restrictions for the retrial, really. It's because they're trying to combat those RMT bots and traders from spamming, the shouts and the people's private messages and such. I know that's the whole reason why they have the restrictions for the free trial, but let's say theoretically they do introduce a free-to-play model, okay? And this will be no guild restrictions. That player can join free companies, okay? Instead of restricting, the social aspects, instead what they should do is limit it to one character per account. Free trial player account. Or, sorry, free-to-play model account, I should say. Let's just say that they do that restriction instead, so. And then let's say that they allow people to decide to choose between the two models, subscription and free-to-play. Basically, they could allow for players to decide, hey, do I just want my main character to be, playable? Do I just want to play on my one character? Or do I want to have all these multiple alts that I don't really don't need to play or make or play on that all that often, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? At least that would be a huge bot deterrent, because that means then, at the very least, that these RMT abusers and such won't be able to, create these massive armies of bots and stuff. They'll only be able to have, one character per account. So I think they could handle it in that way if that is indeed something that they have planned going forward for Final Fantasy XIV, which, like I said, this game has gotten so very old, and asking, players to basically get through all of the very lengthy story just to have access to endgame features is really, really harsh. Really harsh and really painful. I mean, there's some people that will happily do it, but, there just comes a point where, they just want to stop and not have to pay a sub on top of that, so. Which, similarly, this would also fall in line with, like I said, the director and producer's philosophy of taking breaks and whatnot. Huh? Oh, someone's trading me stuff. Okay. Thanks. But, yeah. I guess I have guests. Cool. Alright then. And then, I think, but yeah, I think that free-to-play model, if they introduced it in a way where it's not too overly restrictive, but it limits to one character per account, and then let's say, for example, that one character can only own one property, so one house, and that they can only carry up to, like, I want to say they can only carry up to, let's say, I don't know, a fair amount, I guess, would be like 10 mil at any given time. So having it be like a 10 mil limit, that would probably like deter a lot of RMT sellers who basically cheat and generate like hundreds hundred of thousand million gil. I think that would definitely deter them as well to have that such a strong stoke limit, and if it if it were to like go over that forcibly, then the system would recognize, yeah, that person's cheating, and it would notify the GM. But anyway, that's a rant and a ramble. I wasn't expecting to get that those random visitors, by the way. That's just one of the things that you can experience in Final Fantasy XIV sometimes. Like, especially during these like late kind of hours that it is right now in the North American data centers, you can expect that just random coincidence and stuff like that happen. But yeah, anyway guys, I think we'll call it a wrap there. Thank you for sticking around through the video, and I hope that you learned some things that are helpful to you and you'll be able to use going forward into your Final Fantasy XIV journey. I will probably get another video out as soon as I'm able. Like, I can't guarantee a specific time frame for that, but just know that I will work on it and try to get another one out there so that you'll definitely know, like, when to expect certain things and content when it's available. And, yep. So, if you want to support me, support my channel, consider like giving me a thumbs up down there in the section below. I'm trying to invest in some better streaming equipment here, so hopefully in the very near future I can have better quality for streams such as these, for videos such as these. Like, I can cut out all the extra, like, background stuff and noises and just be able to, like, stream, like, whenever I want to, and just have, you know, the ability to just cut out a noise from the mic that's not supposed to be there in the inputs. But, yeah. Thanks a lot for being here, supporting, viewing, clicking. Definitely appreciate it. And I wish you all a happy holiday and, like, you know, a very happy Endwalker expansion when it does get here eventually to us. So, take care all, and I will see you again in the next video or stream that I do.